Oh, I changed a couple of my settings, so I hope it sounds at least a tiny bit better. And I also double checked the captions, so I don't know if those were working properly yesterday, but can confirm that they definitely are today. They will just be mostly just another Warriors All Stars grinding day. Yeah, I hope that everything sounds at least relatively alright. Again, changed not much, but a tiny amount, just enough that it should have a slight impact on the audio. But time to start the game. Today's once again just gonna be a day where I am grinding out regard, because that is all that this game has. This game has quite literally nothing beyond that left to do. I think I have a total of like somewhere around 120 hours, and of that 120 hours, only about the first 20, maybe 30 were actually doing things that I would do in any other musou. The last probably 2/3 have been nothing but regard grinding and some minor achievement hunting, but even the achievements aren't too bad. I did not play off stream yesterday and all, so pretty much at the same level of progress. My goal is to speed up a little bit and at least get around half the regardless done with OKA today, which shouldn't be too hard. Where I am streaming, just like yesterday, I will be playing a bit more slowly than I would be otherwise. But even accounting for that, it shouldn't be too bad to get at least like 10, 10 regard increase, 10 regard maxes. And I think I mentioned yesterday that Oka, she's not a terrible character, but she doesn't really excel in any single area. Not amazing at AoE attacks, not amazing at single targets, and that makes her not necessarily bad. She's all around alright, but she is far from my favorite character, and on top of that, her playstyle is generally just that of a typical greatsword user, not the most interesting, which is a rarity in this game. This game's soundtrack is it's alright, but I think it's one of those cases where I have heard it so much at this point that I am simultaneously a bit sick of it, while also it has become a complete brainworm. There are like maybe 10 tracks that play in the stages throughout this game, and of those 10, I have heard them all probably 100 plus times. Do, 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 do. I will fully admit I'm not the best at holding a conversation without any chatters, but I think for this game that surprisingly works out. Gives me the ability to focus more on the game, which, while not the most intensive game, it does require just enough brain power that I'm maybe not the best at talking while also playing it. That was a big part of why I made so little progress yesterday. The regard grind is very long and tedious, and the faster I can get it, the better. So I may talk a bit less this stream than yesterday, but that's fine. This is primarily just a grinding stream, a very casual situation. I do my saves each and every stage before I go back to the sanctuary, because there is about a 50% chance that it will crash. I've noticed that it has more of a likelihood of crashing shortly after you've started the game. Usually if you've been playing for like an hour or two, by that point it kind of stabilizes out. And I'm not sure if that actually is something that happens or if it's just kind of a coincidence I've noticed. But most cases where I have had it crash when entering the sanctuary have usually been within the first 3 or 4 stages of play for the day. So especially for the early part of the stream, I pretty much have to manually save every time. Oh, hello, Ellie. I hope your day is going alright. It is just another grinding stream today. I need to also remember, something I'm very bad about forgetting is that I need to use my skill as often as possible. And the reason for why, my main skill, not my hero skill, those I always use, but the reason why is because I have an ability equipped to my card that makes it so that every time I use my skill, it resets. It doesn't fully reset, but partially reduces the cooldown on all of my hero skills. And since I need to use those as frequently as possible, using my main skill is also the most optimal route to doing that as much as possible. So Naotara E is probably the single most, her or Oka are the two most annoying characters to fight, and the reason why is because they both have effective invincibility skills. So the only way to effectively kill them is to just try out DPSing them before they can use their skill. Because Oka just has straight up invincibility. Her skill gives her, and here she is, Oka and Naotara at the same stage. But Oka just gets a shield that makes her fully invincible. Naotara doesn't give her invincibility exactly. You can still do damage to her. However, she can't die. Basically, it's kind of like it's like a Pokemon Focus Sash, where it drops her down to 1 HP and she can't die at that point until the skill's duration is over, which, just like Oka, is about 30 seconds. So in both cases, you cannot defeat them until that timer has run out. They are the two most obnoxious characters in the entire game to fight, and if you're on a stage where there is a timer, which is a lot of them, super wide. But if you're on a stage with a timer, then you really don't want them to be the required opponent to defeat in order to win the stage, because if they are, good luck. Now, on the exact opposite spectrum of that, Mitsunari Ishida is probably the single easiest character to fight as an opponent. And the reason why is because his skill, I think, just heals him slightly, but it's such a minimal, yeah, you can see right now, it heals him, but it heals him so little that you can kind of just instantly undo all of the damage. And his skill is also, has very, his skill uses itself very quickly. Whenever a character uses their skill, they get certain invincibility frames, and the amount of invincibility frames they get is differing depending on the character. And Mitsunari Ishida has, I don't know if he has the shortest invincibility frames, or he's at the very least one of the shortest. So his skill does basically nothing, and he has very few invincibility frames. He is the exact opposite. You absolutely want him to be your final opponent in a time stage, because he is generally very easy to take out. First confidant of the day, Hajime Arima. Only like 20 more to go, and I will try to get them all before the stream ends, but realistically, that's probably not gonna happen. But I would love for it to. I would like to move on to a different character next stream, because as much as I don't hate playing as Oka, she's not the character that I'm best with. Only these two until I have fully cleared out. Well, actually, never mind. So, something I did not know happened, but it also happened on stream yesterday, but I had never happened before. I guess if you get down to 3 or less nodes on the map, it just spawns more, which is cool. That does make sense, but it's a little bit disappointing just because I was really hoping to clear out the map fully. But I guess in that case, I might as well just clear out the last couple of quests I have. It's just these. These are all I have, and they shouldn't take too long to finish. And then I'll just reset another New Game Plus run. Because, as I mentioned on the last stream, it is generally faster to increase regard if you do it from a New Game Plus run. If you do New Game Plus resets as frequently as possible, and the reason why is because if you look at my quest list, I did all of them. I only have these 2 left. However, completing a quest increases your regard with a character. And on a New Game Plus, these reset, so you can just constantly reset them every run, and that's a really efficient way of doing regard. I haven't reset in like 30 in-game hours, and the reason why was just because I wanted to finish every request. So I just have those 2 up, and then I will be done, and then we will do another reset. Let's see which ones I have. Okay. Since I am probably going to end up doing a New Game Plus reset before the end of the stream, I'm gonna go ahead and do the story quests that I had left. Not many, but I think I will get those done, and then right before the final quest, then I'll just do the grinding for those final 2 requests. Oh, and this is one of my favorite. I completely forgot about this mission. This is one of my favorite normal quests, like story quests, not the randomized ones, and it's because it is just killing as many opponents as possible. I have to defeat 3,000 peons. How often do you end up needing to New Game Plus reset? You technically never need to New Game. Well, you only need to New Game Plus reset around 11 times. And the reason why is because there are 10 endings for the game, along with some like extra side stuff. And so you'll, including your first run, for all of the, just the achievements, the minimum required resets are about 11. I, however, reset way more frequently, and the only reason I do is because it resets the request list. Like I forgot, I can't bring them up in the inside the battle, but it resets the entire request list, so I can just spam the easy requests over and over to get up regard while doing the things I'm normally doing anyways. It's a very easy way of very quickly increasing regard, but you very rarely need to. After you have finished all of the main story mode endings, you never have to New Game Plus reset. It's just useful for increasing regard a lot faster, but it's never necessary. And if you remember last stream, I mentioned that you pretty much need Honoka in order to maximize your New Game plus at a minimum. Yep. Yeah, you need to do a lot. However, each run of this game, if you are just doing a normal story mode run, even just for the achievements, even if you're only going for achievements and not like true full like everything, a single New Game Plus run is like an hour. You can finish this entire game, all achievements, in like maybe 20 hours. The reason why it's taking longer than that is because I'm not just doing achievements, because there is an in-game gallery, and that in-game gallery requires you to get max regard on everyone. And it's not required for the achievements. There's no achievement for it, but I still consider it part of the game for completion purposes in my mind. But yeah, if you are playing even just regular achievement completion, this game is not long. This game, even doing those 11 new game plus runs, takes a total of like 20 hours maybe. It's not the longest game if you're playing normally. Also, I need to speed up my kills because I am not making good time. I can make it up though. It is not very hard to get 3,000 KOs. A really funny thing about this stage, and any stage that requires you to defeat a certain number of targets, funnily enough, you would expect, oh, the best way to do that is to go into musou rush mode. Because in musou rush mode, enemies just constantly spawn. But no, in fact, if you go into musou rush mode even once, that is a massive time sink that you will not get back. Because every KO in musou rush mode does not count towards your actual KO counter. Is a separate counter within musou rush mode, and because of that, it is completely worthless if you're trying to actually rack up KOs. It is a very oddly designed system. I think at this point I should probably reset the stage. I don't think I'm gonna get the 3,000 KOs at this rate. I wasted too much time near the beginning, but I can maybe salvage it. Yeah, I think I can probably salvage it. I was not making good time, but there are ways of getting 2,000 kills within 4 minutes. It's not that bad. The enemy numbers in this game are hugely bloated compared to even a lot of other musous, so it is not the hardest to rack up KOs. Yeah, 3 minutes for 800 KOs should not be bad at all. As you can see, a lot of this game is, when you're in this grinding mode, is literally just bringing up the hero skill menu and spamming them every time one of them resets. It is not the most engaging, but that's why I'm streaming it. Doing this stuff without at least some distraction is a bit mind-numbing even for me. It is a very tedious set to grind. Okay, cool. Only about 50 seconds to spare. That was without a doubt the worst time I've ever gotten on that stage. But it doesn't matter. As long as the stage is complete, that's all that truly matters. And I got a lot of regard increase. This notes the stream tags all. Happy Muso Maiden Monday, Thursday. Any day can be Muso Maiden Monday as long as you just have the mentality of a Muso Maiden Monday maiden. Incredibly wise words. Oh my god, it's Oda Nobunaga. He wants to be my friend. And I'm not gonna read any of his friendship words. This last request of the collect more than 30 materials from the winning post series is gonna take a while. I only need 30 materials from it, but I get probably around like 5 to 10 per stage that has that material, and actually getting a stage that has it is not the most consistent. So it's gonna be a bit, but it's not like there's anything I need for a new game plus reset. So even if it takes like 50 hours to get that quest, which I don't think it will, but even if it did theoretically, it still wouldn't be that big of a deal. Friendship words is what I'm calling every conversation from now. That's what they are, you know, friendship words. Yeah, even the major story quests, quest stages, are not the most interesting. That last one was just kill 3,000 enemies, which is fun. Fighting massive amounts of enemies is fun. I will not deny that, but it's also like kind of just what you do normally anyways in most Musos, and this stage is capture all 8 bases within 20 minutes, and 20 minutes for 8 bases is possibly the single most forgiving amount of time possible. And beyond that, these are really the most interesting objectives this game has. Like, I mentioned it before, both on Blue Sky several times and even in the last stream. This game's story mode and like actual stages are incredibly dull. The game itself has a lot going for it, mostly in the area of character playstyles, but in terms of stage design, it's got nothing. This game is not the most fun to go through the stages of any kind. It's story stages, random stages, both are not the most interesting. Very, very unengaging, but at least Oda Nobunaga is probably the single most fun gunner character in any musou I played. And that's something. It's still got things going for it. It's got Ryo Roland's Tachibana. It's got Oda Nobunaga. It's got, Hwata. And it's got Zhao Yun, most obscure Dynasty Warriors character ever, Zhao Yun. Hell yeah, I defeated Natara E before she could use her skill. Like I said, she is probably the single, combined with OKA, they are probably the two most annoying enemy units to fight. Not even just in this game, probably in Musous in general. Enemies gaining a 30-second long invincibility period is incredibly uncommon in Musous, and there's probably a reason why it's uncommon. I don't know why this game has not only one, but two characters that can do that. And they appear very frequently. They are probably two of the most frequent characters to appear in as enemy units in randomized stages. Again, I just remembered I need to be using my skills. I'm so bad about that. So bad at not using my main skill. It's just one button, and it instantly resets a lot of hero skills, but I just keep forgetting. And it recharges so quickly, so it is a very useful way to constantly recharge hero skills, yet I just keep forgetting. The 20-minute timer is way too much. The timer for the capturing all bases should have probably been closer to 10 minutes, maybe even 5. If they wanted it to really be a challenge, maybe even 5 minutes, because 20 minutes is just way too much for it to be even the slightest of a challenge. I have not even actively been going out of my way to capture bases, and I'm already almost halfway there with 14 minutes to spare. Like, See, I captured all 8 bases without even actively going out of my way to do so. I wasted so much time there. I still had nearly 13 minutes left out of 20. It is... I get that this game doesn't want to really be that difficult, but it's... I'm on the highest difficulty, I should clarify. Like, I'm playing on hard difficulty. And even on that, this game is easy to a degree that's... like, it's just not interesting. If you're gonna have story mode be the only mode, and have it be so repetitive, at the very least make it kind of challenging. I think what they should have done is with each New Game Plus loop, it gets more and more difficult, which it doesn't. New Game Plus 5 is exactly the same as playthrough number 1. Like, there is effectively no difference between them, which is very strange. It results in a very, very unbalanced, like, skill curve. So, you know, the more and more you play, the better you're gonna get, and it eventually gets to a point where you're like 9 New Game Plus cycles in, and even if you're just going for the normal endings, not even regard, by that point, you're probably good enough that you can just easily mow through every single fight. None of them offer even the slightest challenge. Hot yaoi man in the bath spotted. Somehow I get the feeling this game's dialogue and story... Oh, 100%. Absolutely. The story is... I wouldn't say the story's incomprehensible. It is so simple that it's impossible for them to make it incomprehensible. Like, it is the most standard, basic story of anything ever. This is what the story is, at its core. You know, there are some, like, secondary endings that have, like, they're, like, joke endings that are different, but the main story is, this world is basically losing all of its magic power. So to restore the magic power, they summon people from other worlds, and they fight, and eventually they discover that one of the main characters, their mom, is evil. And then they fight their mom, who is an evil demon god, or possessed by an evil demon god. And then they win, and that's it. It's very hard to make the main story incomprehensible because of how simplistic it is. Though, like, smaller scale, like, dialogue, like, just normal, like, in-between characters dialogue, though, absolutely, 100%. Like, if you are the type of person who is, like, who prefers for characters to be, like, in character in crossover games, like, be actually similar to what they're like in their original story, this game, not at all that, like, there are points where characters that I know of, like Lubu and stuff, like, they will say shit that just is, like, I would never expect any of them to say that, and half the time it's just very difficult to even understand what the fuck they're saying. It is not the most well-written game on the planet, even by the standards of a typical crossover game. Shall we use the draw? Ba-ba-ba. Dee-dee-dee. Ba. At this point, this far into the grinding, this game has devolved entirely into spam hero skills when they're available. If they're not available, spam your main skill, because that recharges them. And then they become available. And just do that on a loop, non-stop. And I guess do the objective too. I guess you also, on top of that, have to do like the main stage objective, but like, do you really? Not really. I don't know. I think that's optional. I think the main objective of each stage is like an optional thing you do. Like, yeah, you can do it, but like, why would you? No, just spam the hero skills. That's all you need. The only real goal. I think as very exceptionally mediocre as this game is, I think if it ever got a like second chance, like a sequel, a a different game with the same concept. I guess Warriors Orochi is kind of that, but that's a bit more like smaller scale. I think if a similar game ever released in the future that had a similar concept and like it got more development resources, maybe prioritize different areas than just the characters themselves. I think this could be a pretty great game. At its base concept, it is a fine game. Like all of the pieces to make a good game are here. It's just that they don't come together at all, and I largely blame it on the fact that the only mode is story mode. I think if they had like some side modes, that alone would be enough to make this a great game, because a lot of the issues largely come from stages aren't the most interesting, but if you put that in a framework that's interesting on a side mode, it could be a lot better. It also wouldn't have to worry about the problem of the writing being near incomprehensible, because if it's a side mode that doesn't have a story focus, well, doesn't really have to worry about that. I bring it up a lot because I do think it is probably the single best individual side mode in any Musou. If there was something, not necessarily the same, but same idea as like the adventure mode in Hyrule Warriors, where it's like, oh, it's this map, and realistically, if you look at each individual stage, they're not that much more interesting than the random stages in this game, but the way they're framed completely makes up for that. And I think if this game had something similar to that, I think that alone would be enough to make this game pretty great. Because again, it's got all of the pieces there, they just don't come together well at all. I don't even see the point of a crossover where characters don't act like themselves. I don't think I'd even give it points for the characters. I agree that it doesn't get points for the writing of the characters. The writing of the characters is just as bad as the rest of the writing. The play style of the characters, however, I entirely think that that's like done very well. For example, probably the single best example of a character that translates their original playstyle from their original game to a musou incredibly well is William Neo, Mr. Neo from Neo. In the game Neo, there is kind of, I don't know what happened, but oh, she left. I was not paying enough attention. But in the game Neo, there is a mechanic where if you press a button after certain attacks, you can kind of, I forget what exactly it's called, but it like puts an aura around you for a second, and it like clears out any like yokai realms, and also like basically it's like an advanced form of animation canceling almost. And Mr. William Neo in this game has that mechanic translated almost exactly, but just very slightly tuned to where it still feels very similar to how it feels in the original Neo, but also actually works very well in a Musou-styled game. So for the writing of characters, I entirely agree. The playstyle of characters, though, they did a fantastic job at translating those to a Musou. It's such a mixed bag. Certain areas they do incredibly well. Other areas they fail completely. Like, so I wouldn't necessarily say the characters are all bad. They're just bad in writing, but in playing them, they're pretty good. I guess a decent example is the character I'm playing, OKA, right now. I've never played Tokiden, but I know it's like similar to a Monster Hunter game, and the animations, the timing of her attacks, everything about them do genuinely feel similar to how attacking feels in a traditional in a Monster Hunter style game. It's not exactly the same, but it's just close enough to where you can see where the design originated, and I think that's very well done. Key pulse, okay, yeah, the key pulse. The key pulse mechanic is for Mr. William Neo. He has his key pulse mechanic, and it works fucking fantastically. He is a character who is, at face value, fairly standard, just a fairly standard sword user, but his key pulse makes him so interesting to play, because it's like you have to, after every single attack string, you have to time a button press perfectly in order to get a buff. And that buff only lasts until your next attack string. And on paper, I feel like that sounds annoying, but in practice, it adds so much skill required to play him efficiently, while also making him feel more like how he plays in Neo. They do so well. Koei Tecmo did so fucking well at actually designing the character playstyles in this game. They are genuinely some of the most interesting I have seen in a musou. The problem is that they only did that, and again, they did really well at that one area, but in every single other potential area, stage design, writing, honestly, even art direction, it's not terrible, but this game does look like a low budget, like a very low budget game. It is quite clear this game did not have the most resources put into its aesthetics. Doesn't look terrible though. It has its own little style, but in every category except the character playstyles, it does terrible. Even within the combat itself, it's a mixed bag because the characters themselves play very well, but the mechanics, the core mechanics centered around those characters, the musou rush, the hero skills, are so weirdly designed and unbalanced that they just do not mesh well with other systems and other character playstyles. So it results in a game that's got good gameplay mostly, but doesn't quite reach up to the highest point of its potential. So it's a bit of a mess of a game as a whole, but it's not terrible. I would say I generally have a more positive than negative opinion of this game, but barely. It's like, yeah, I would say it's better than bad, but I wouldn't consider it great. And that's honestly a real shame. It is a bit of a disappointing game, but it's not a terrible one. It is a game that is good, but definitely not great. This right here is my worst nightmare. My worst possible nightmare. Fucking Plakta is so close to reaching max regard that you can't even see the bar. It's like in Pokemon where you are like so close to reaching the next level that it's like so annoying. But it's even worse because she's almost at max regard. So I'm basically going to be doing an entire stage just to increase her regard by like 1%. It feels so wasteful, but I gotta do it. I have to do it. The best way to start off every stage, spam your hero skills 2 times in a row, then your skill, so that you can once again go back to spamming your hero skills even faster. So I mentioned before that Oka and Naotara E are the two most annoying characters to fight because their skill makes them invincible. They're the two most annoying to fight in a timed situation if they're the boss. However, I would say what is the most annoying character to fight for my specific purposes is Ayane from Dead or Alive. She is the most annoying because what her skill does is locks any of your like extra mechanics, like your skills, musou rush, your hero skills, all of that basically gets disabled for like 30 seconds. And you know, considering that my main goal is to increase regard, which requires me spamming my skills and hero skills, and often also musou rush as frequently as possible, that kind of gets in the way for that. It basically means 30 seconds of me doing basically nothing. 30 seconds of me just standing there. Like I can still make progress toward the main stage objective, but considering the main stage objective for me is kind of just a secondary thing, it's not that good. It's a pretty bad situation. Luckily, I would say INA is one of the less common enemies to fight in most stages. I would say that OKA is probably one of the most common enemy units to appear. INA is on the opposite end of that spectrum. She does appear occasionally, like, you know, just now, but she is not the most frequent opponent to appear. I would say I probably see her like 1 in 10 stages, whereas someone like Oka I see probably 1 in every 3 stages, if even more frequently, so luckily not too bad, but on those stages where you do have to fight her, she is not the most fun. Darius is another character who's not terrible to fight against. He doesn't have anything that's especially bad going for him to make him a horrible unit to fight. However, what he does have is that his skill gives him not quite on the same level as Oka, not nearly. It's not the skill itself, it's just his skill takes so long to come out that he gets a lot of invincibility frames, more than average. It's not too terrible, but it is a little bit obnoxious. And this right here is a golden captain. They appear on certain stages rarely, and their whole thing is that if you kill them, they always appear as bravery level 10. So you can't really fight them unless you've already done most of the stage objectives. And they disappear if you don't kill them quickly enough, although the amount of time it takes for them to disappear is like 10 minutes, so it's not actually much of an issue. But when you defeat them, they drop a ton of money, a ton of materials. They're just generally good to kill, which I don't really need it too much, but they do sometimes also drop rare materials, and so they can potentially be a good source of certain materials that you may need for, like, certain quests, like the ones that I'm trying to get done right now. So they're generally good to go after. Great, I got popped up to Confidant 5, and now Nobunaga is almost at the exact same point. He's got a little bit more. So it's not like literally 1 point required for the next rank, but he is so close that it's just like, it feels like a waste bringing him along, but I still have to. If I were in another New Game Plus rotation, I just wouldn't bring him along, and I would instead do one of his requests, because his request is something you can do passively, and it would give him enough to bring him up to Confidant rank. But I'm obviously not doing that at the moment, so can't do that right now, unfortunately. But back to the beginning of the list. Everyone I have equipped, except Hanukkah, of course, is at rank 4, so I am hoping that I can get everyone up to rank 5 this match, and then just basically wipe the slate clean and get a new set of characters next match, but probably not. That most likely will not happen. I do think Nobunaga definitely will. He without a doubt will reach his max confidant rank this stage, but the other two, a bit less likely. I would need to get pretty lucky, but it's not impossible. Yeah, this is possibly one of the worst maps to get the isolated allies mission on, because as you just saw, Hajime Arima was asking for help. That means he's at half health. He is at the bottom of the map. The middle of the map is where the weakest enemy was, so it wants you to go to that one first. This is a very large map, and then the third ally that I need to rescue is at the very top of the map. So I have to go to the middle, then the bottom, then the top of this very large map that takes over a full minute to reach the other side of. So I basically have to just hope that my allies aren't defeated in the time that it takes to run over there. It's not too bad, but if you get really unlucky, it can be a bit of a problem. 2 down, 1 to go. Do, do, do. Yeah, that's another very strange thing. What just the prompt that appeared on screen just now. Um, I mentioned that KOs gotten in Musou Rush count don't count towards your actual KO counter. Uh, Sort of. They don't, except for side objectives, specifically like minor side objectives during the stage. They do count for those. Only those, not main objectives, and not for your end of stage like summary, but only for side objectives they count. And it's very odd. Everything in this game, that included, that especially, I would say, kind of just gives the vibe of like this game probably had a very strange development cycle. Likely a lot of different people kind of working on different parts of it without a ton of like communication, most likely, because something like that just feels so odd. Like the fact that the KO counter is so strange and inconsistent when that's a core part of every Muso, it's just it's a very odd thing to mess up. Like the type of thing where the only way that I could possibly imagine them messing it up in the way that they have in this game is if just they had like a bunch of different ideas for what they wanted to do with that counter to make it different from most Musos, but like they just they didn't clarify. Like a few people on the development team were probably working separate from the rest and just didn't communicate it well. It's so strange the ways in which all of this game's systems just don't mesh well with each other. Like none of them individually are terrible. They just don't ever come together. It's such an odd problem to have. Okay, two of them at Confidants. Not quite Haro, but Zhaoyun and Nobunaga. Both of those are maxed, so it's 2 in 1. And now, let's see, how many do I want? Look at the regard list. Let's see how close I am. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 I have finished. 29 total. So I still have 22 left. So I did about 1/4 of it so far in the last hour. So that's good. We are making good progress. Maxing out 7 in a single hour is pretty good timing. Significantly faster than yesterday, but it's still obviously, you know, an hour for 7, that would total to about 4 to 5 hours total for a fully maxed out character. There are 30 characters total. Obviously, quite the grind. Oh look, it's a horse. It's the winning horse. It's the winning horse. It's trying to give me good luck to get the materials I need. That horse will surely give me the luck I need for the winning post material. Surely, there's no way. There's no way it couldn't. See. Any material. Material quest showing up. Here's one. Go wait for a sec. Yeah, so when you go to the hot spring, the characters that show up are random. However, part of that randomization is that a horse, a tiger, a bear, a creature that I don't know the name of from Tokiden, and I feel like there's another one I'm forgetting, can also appear in the hot springs. It is not only characters. Unfortunately, it is generally better to have a character appear for one reason, and that's because, along with the regard conversations for maxing out regard, there are also special hot spring events. They are near indistinguishable from regular hot spring events, but they do exist. They only happen if you have two-way maxed regard with the characters in the hot spring. And if the RNG decides, oh, there's a tiger, oh, there's a bear, oh, there's a horse, if one of those show up, then obviously that doesn't give you the opportunity to get one of those special regard events. However, at the point I'm at, like, I'm grinding so much and visiting the sanctuary every time, I don't have to worry about not maximizing the hot spring visits too much. So because of that, it's just funny. I like when there's just a fucking stupid animal, just like the dumbest thing that they could possibly put in the hot springs, just a random animal, like a tiger or a horse. I didn't mean to call the animal stupid. The animal is awesome. The fact they're in there is stupid, but the fact they're just in there instead of an actual character, and they have a high chance of appearing. The likelihood of a random animal appearing is like a 1 in 4 chance. You will see them so often. It's like, why the fuck is there a tiger in the hot spring? And why the fuck is Lu Bu scared of it? Because whenever you go in there, if there's an animal, it gives you the message there was an unexpected guest, so you leave. I feel like a character like Lu Bu, who fucking is a monster, I don't think he would care if there were a tiger in the bath. I think he would just like go there anyways, and if it tried to do it, he'd just fight it. So it's such a strange, like, it's strange that it's included in the game, and it's even stranger the character reactions to it, because every character has the exact same reaction. There's not like character dependent reactions, but I feel like it's such a missed opportunity for them to be like, oh yeah, you know, like maybe Wang Yuanji, maybe she would leave. Like, maybe she would see the tiger and just get out of there. But I feel like someone like Olubu would just like, he'd just be like, yeah, I'll bathe with the tiger in here, and if it tries to do anything, yeah, exactly. He would shrimply choke slam the tiger. That's all he would do. But no, instead, there's only one message, and that message is shared for everyone. It's a really missed opportunity to not only have a different message, but it's a huge missed opportunity. God, I wish it was in this game. It's so disappointing that there's not a mini game for choke slamming the tiger. Like, Olubu would do that. Olubu would 100% do that. Olubu is enough of an asshole, he would absolutely do that. They should have made it a mini game. The Olubu wrestling mini game. That would have made this game so much better. I think that alone would save this game. The Olubu tiger wrestling mini game. Like Punch Out for the Wii, except instead of Punch Out for the Wii, it's Olubu Wrestling for the PlayStation 4, PC, and I think that's all this game was released on. Such a massive missed opportunity. So fucked up. Olubu arm wrestling a horse. Yeah, he just grabs the horse's hoof and fucking. You know, actually, if the horse was strong enough, maybe Olubu would lose. Horses do have strong legs, arms. I guess it would technically use the legs, but horses are strong. But is it stronger than Olubu? That's the question. That's why we need this game to exist. This is why it needs to be a minigame. We need to test Olubu's strength to see, is he truly stronger than a horse, a tiger, a bear, and whatever the fuck that thing from Tokiden is called. That tiny little, like, fox creature. He needs to fight all of them, and only then can he be considered the true Dynasty Warrior. Oh my fucking god. Why does this happen so often? Horo is literally 1 fucking point away from maxing. Also, Sophie is in the game, yeah. She would probably be chill with that Oyster Horse. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't play a ton of Atelier Sophie. I played a bit of it at the end of last year. I didn't finish it though. And yeah, I would probably agree. Based on what she was like in that game, she probably would be chill with the horse. But no, they just run away. It's so messed up. It's so out of character. I feel like half the characters in this game would be chill with the horse. Oda Nobunaga would at the very least absolutely be chill with the little tiny fox creature from Tokiden. Like, he's literally a cat. Oh, I got one of these special hot spring events, the regard based ones. That's one for the list. Time to rotate a save. Who got max? Nobody. Okay, cool. So these ones, I don't think I've done this one yet today or yesterday. So these ones are called Guardian Battles. They are literally just a 5-minute long stage. Actually, I think I did do one of these yesterday's stream, but it's fine. I can repeat it. These are just like, they are 5 minutes no matter what. You can't complete them any faster than 5 minutes. And it's just, you are trying to prevent enemies from entering your main base. You can let up to 5 enemies enter it, and you'll still be fine. But if more than 5 enter, you lose. These are probably the single easiest in the game, because I can literally just let 4 of them. I think the total amount of enemies that spawn across the entire 5-minute period is like 10. There are like 10 enemy generals that appear, so you only have to repel 5 of them. And they spawn 1, maybe 2 at a time. So it is so easy to just, like, you can ignore half of them and you will still win. This game has no concept of difficulty balancing. I don't expect the game to be ridiculously difficult, at least not unless I was playing on the highest difficulty, which I am, but, you know, I can live with it not being that difficult. But this game's stages are not only tedious, repetitive, boring, they're also so easy that just no thought is required for any of them. You can just not pay attention for 2/3 of these stages, which honestly makes it a perfect stream game. So literally the reason why I'm starting with the first streams I'm doing are of this game, because I can focus way more on like thinking of conversation topics and reading chat. But like if you're playing it normally, this game is so nothing. It's so dull. And it's not even terrible. Like, I don't think this game is terrible. Like I said, it's got things that it does well, but the things it does poorly are so core to typical, like, moment-to-moment gameplay that it's just, like, it's a bit of a mess. It really is. Oh, hi, Flamingo. How are you doing? I'm just grinding this game, pressing 4 buttons over and over on repeat. But I hope your day is going well so far. Day, morning, whatever time zone you're in. For me, it's still technically morning in my time zone, so I'd say I hope you're having a good morning. Going coffee. I would say going coffee is going relatively well, I would assume. Better than terrible, at least. Okay, so I said before, now Toroi is one of the most annoying characters to fight because of her effective invincibility. Because this stage allows you to just let 5 enemies through, and I only have 1 let through, I'm just gonna ignore her. I'm just gonna let her get to my base, because it's just not worth going after her, because it will take at minimum like 40 seconds to KO her after I've went to her location. So I might as well just ignore her, let her reach the base, and instead focus on other units. And you know, I wouldn't, if they made these stages a bit stricter, that wouldn't be necessary. I could just, or if they designed the enemy units a bit better, then I could just not do that. I could actually engage with the game as it intends, but instead the optimal route is to just ignore half of the characters that appear. They designed this game to use the most intellectually engaging 4 buttons. That is true. And I actually lied. It's technically 5 buttons. I have to hold the right bumper and then the face buttons. And you know, I would say the X button is the most intellectually engaging button. So, and that is one of those face buttons. One is a rush battle. So these are probably one of the better stages for grinding regard. And the reason for why is because it is just like, it says 3 minutes, but you can increase the time, so really it's closer to 5 minutes of just killing tons of enemies. And when you fight tons of enemies, your skills recharge and your hero skills recharge, which means you can very quickly just spam those skills over and over. The only problem with these stages is the map normally doesn't have a ton of them available. They can appear randomly by just walking around, and that's the best way to find them. However, because almost any stage type can appear while randomly walking, it's got a lot of competition. It's not the most likely to appear every time. Does it matter if the special attacks land? Not at all. You can literally just use them at any point. You can start the stage. The second you start the stage, you can be in your main home base, no enemies around. As long as you press the buttons for the special attacks, the hero skills, the special attack, either one of them, it will give your character's regard. It does not matter in the slightest. For a long time, I thought it did, specifically for the hero skills. I thought the hero skills did need to at least hit a few enemies to increase regard, but after more and more experimentation, they do not. You can just spam them constantly. If I really wanted to, this wouldn't be optimal, and it would also be really boring. If I wanted to, I could stand in a corner without any enemies appearing in the stage, because the objective is to just kill as many enemies as possible in the stage, but there's not a set objective number. So you can if you want, kill 0 enemies and it will still count. Like, you will still win the stage. So if I wanted, I could just go into a corner and just with a corner with no enemies and wait for the normal cooldown of every hero skill and just use them the second they go off cooldown. Don't have to hit any enemies, nothing, and that would get me a decent amount of regard. And I would still win the stage while I'm at it, and it would be very easy. So it counts regardless. Yeah, absolutely. You can hit a brick wall, you can hit nothing. It will still count. It is a very, very odd decision to make in a game where they generally want you to actually fight enemies. Oh yeah, regardful, yeah. You get regard no matter what. Oh, regardful. Took me a second to get that. Haha. Haha. I get it. I get the joke. I see. But yeah, it's a very interesting design choice. Not necessarily a bad one though. It's just like, I guess it's the type of design choice where I don't think 99% of players would ever notice it. Even for me, it took quite a while to realize that I didn't have to hit enemies. So I guess, like, if it's easier to program it that way, then it makes sense, but it is the type of thing where once you realize it, if you are going for high regard, then it's just like, never have to even, like, you never have to even interact with the actual stage objective in a lot of cases. You can just ignore them, spam your buttons, and you'll win the stage, and you'll get your regard. Speaking of which, not gonna lie, half of this stage, I have not been looking at the screen. I have been just mashing buttons, and it works. Mashing buttons works. For regard grinding purposes, you do not have to actually pay attention to the game pretty much ever. I would immediately be programming a macro to exploit that. Fucking, I guarantee you could. It would not be, I guarantee it would be incredibly easy to do that. Because, assuming you only go to the easiest battle types, like, I would assume you would still need to manually, like, you would obviously still have to manually, like, select the stage. But if you chose a rush battle, maybe even a guardian battle, the deathmatch battles, any of those that are just really fucking easy, you could just go into the stage, turn on a macro that would, like, just spam the X button over and over. Every 10 seconds, spam the B button to use the skill, and then every, like, 30 seconds, spam the right one trigger and then each face button. If you programmed it to do all of those things, like, within certain set intervals, yeah, you absolutely could just make a macro to do all of this. It is very mindless. Please tell me the girl who always plays rock. She is. She is. She is, her name is Honoka. She's the one that I always have equipped because she resets your hero skills. But yeah, Honoka is a DOA character. However, I think she was introduced in Dead or Alive 6, which is the last game in the series. Maybe 5. She may be in 5 as well, I'm not sure. But she is a character that is like a super late character in the series. So she is not in most of the games, unfortunately. Also, cool thing about her, she probably has my second favorite playstyle in the entire game. A very simple playstyle. She is just a normal brawler, like fist weapon type character. But behind Ryu Hayabusa, she is probably my favorite character to play. Very simple, but Gauntlet, Fist, Brawler, like any of those, that type of archetype in Musous are probably my favorite character to play as. Oh, another friendship event. Yet another added to the checklist. I'm honestly surprised I got that one because I did not think I had Plachta with max regard with OKA, because I have barely played Plachta. I played her for just the initial tests of her and for the story mode, but beyond that I have not done her regard grinding quite yet. This is yet another stage that you could probably set a macro for because because this stage is technically there is a time limit. The time limit is not real. If you run out, nothing changes. So this is yet another stage where you could probably realistically just set up a macro to do the entire stage for you. Like, maybe you would have to manually do the movement. Even then, maybe not. If you just made it go straight forward and occasionally hold right for like 5 seconds at a time, it's not impossible to set up a... It may not be impossible to set up a macro that could do that, but in terms of just the fighting part, yeah, no, you could absolutely do that. I think what would be really interesting is if someone did a playthrough of this game. Uh, I'm not programming knowledgeable enough to set it up, but I think what would be a very interesting like playthrough challenge of this game is a analog only, like a movement only playthrough where you set attacks and like hero skills and regular skills to be on like timed macros, and then the only thing you actually do as a player is move the analog stick. Because I feel like that would genuinely not be a hard challenge at all. That would be barely different from playing the game normally. I know I do shun this game quite a bit. It does have a lot of issues with it. Despite that, I don't hate this game. Despite me almost exclusively complaining about it, it is an alright game. Not great, but a solid 5 out of 10. It's just that the worst parts of it become very clear when you go for 100% completion. I was tricked. I was tricked by the dot on the map. That was a like high-ranking enemy. I assumed that it was a like an extra objective. I mean, it technically is, but not really. Um, that like pulsating, not the exclamation mark, but just the pulsating point without the exclamation. Those are like usually just side objectives that don't really actually do anything, but they provide a very slight amount of extra engagement, and that is something. Something that this game does not really have otherwise. The problem though is when it is one of those cases where it's just a high-ranking enemy, if you aren't at very high bravery, as in like 8 or above, they're kind of a nightmare to fight. Like, you can still take them out, you'll just have way lower damage output, and it will just take so long that it's not worth it. Let's go, 3 in a row. Can I get a 4th? No. But I can half reset them with a skill. Yeah, Honoka, this is why I say that Honoka is basically necessary to always have on your team if you are doing regard grinding, because she just has such a high chance of frequently like resetting your skills that there's no reason not to have her. It is significantly more efficient than, even if she is taking up a party slot that could be used for another character, it's just overall more efficient than having the one extra character per rotation. And it is possible to just get unlucky and have her not reset them either, because I believe it's like a 1 in 3 chance that she will do the reset. But that 1 in 3 chance is a pretty good chance, and considering that you can get her skill back up normally without the random chance reliancy, you can do that normally within like every 20 seconds or so. So it's like you effectively get an extra, on average you get about 1 extra set of hero skill usages every minute. And that's pretty good. That balances out to be really good. More effective overall than not having her. And Lubu is maxed. Now I can swap out Lubu for someone else. Someone who isn't the worst character in the game. I don't think I will ever get over that as long as I am playing this game. The fact that Lubu is probably the single least efficient character to play. It's just a very crazy fun fact. Lubu of all characters being one of the worst ones is it's a very funny outcome. Yeah, the more I've played her, the more I've noticed that while I still don't love OKA, she does actually have a surprisingly decent rotation for juggling opponents, largely centered around her jumping strong attack, because she can do her C4, which then would put the enemies into the air for a decent amount of time, and then she can just drop down on them to then start another combo. Which most characters do have a decent juggling opportunity, but whether most characters have them or not, it's still a very useful thing to have. I would say juggling is probably the single best option for single target fighting. Juggling doesn't do much in AoE, of course, but for when you're fighting a single great opponent that's like stronger than you, the best way to do that is to juggle, because juggling not only keeps them in a single spot that is very easy to frequently attack them at, but more importantly, if a character is being juggled constantly in the air and can't touch the ground, they will not use their skill until they touch the ground. And because of that, skills, like I've said in the past, characters like OKA, Naotora E, for those characters, you never want them to use their skill, otherwise it is a massive time sink. And even for everyone else, their skills still give them a like 5 to 10 second period of invincibility frames. So being able to avoid that is generally pretty good. Normally, if I were not going for regard, by the way, I would honestly just avoid capturing all of these extra bases. There's normally not much of a reason to, outside of increasing your own bravery level, which it's good to increase it, but once you get to around bravery level 6, you can fight level 10 enemies and still get away largely without too much issue. But whenever you capture a base, it will drop an item, and that item instantly resets your hero skills. And, you know, that's my main method of increasing regard, so generally a good idea to reset those as frequently as possible. So if I can quickly clear out a base and get one of those items, that's a free set of skills right there. Now I'm just going to stand here for a moment and wait out the musou rush. I only activated it to fight the Silver Guardian because silver and gold enemies can be a little bit annoying. They're not too bad, but they can be a slight problem. So I will usually activate the musou rush in order to fight them. But when you're in musou rush, you can't use hero skills, and none of your KOs count, and it doesn't freeze the timer either. For timed objectives, it does not freeze the timer, so it is generally is a bad idea to use it on time stages usually. Luckily, I don't care. Even if I fail the timer, I'll get a worse rating on the stage, but I can still beat it, so it's not too much of an issue. So another thing, and something that I will probably not end up swapping to doing, but there's a chance I technically don't need to max out regard between every single character for all of them, because the only thing I'm going for, the actual regard itself, you unlock things as you increase regard, but I believe, yeah, the list of the bond blessings. Okay, never mind. I do, well, no. Okay, yeah, no. I only need a max of 55 bond blessings ratings for the last unlock, which is the gallery entry. And I already have 76 with OKA, despite only having about half the characters maxed out. However, on top of that, there's also special like interaction scenes that are in the gallery as well. They're between certain characters, and they have to have maxed regard both ways, not just one way. Not every character has a special scene with every other character, but they do with most other characters, and because of that, I'm still going out of my way to just max the regard for all of them anyways, because that extra little bit that's not technically necessary, I might as well do. By my own rules of 100% completion, the only thing I need to fully complete is the gallery. But it's a minimal amount of effort to max out regard fully for everyone rather than just go for the gallery exclusive stuff. So I might as well, but I technically don't have to. It is by my own rules, it is technically not required. I like rank 4 being friend. Like, everyone is negative to neutral until almost confidant. Yeah, it is, let me see, what's it called? So, rank 1 is associate, rank 2 is acquaintance, rank 3 is companion, 4 is friend, and then 5 is confidant. So, yeah, everyone's kind of just like, yeah, you exist. Until they're like almost the best of besties. I'm trying to, okay, this is one of the treasure storehouse ones are the ones I'm trying to bait out right now. Because these ones generally have the best chances of getting you rare materials and the production bases. Production base and treasure storehouse are the two ones that have the highest likelihood to get you the rare materials you need, because one of their like main things that they are made for is giving you more materials. Treasure Storehouse technically gives you more materials, more gold, and more experience. The only thing I'm interested in, obviously, is the materials, though. It's not guaranteed to give me the winning post materials, the ones I need, but it has a significantly better chance of getting me them than most other stage types. So it's worth the extra like minute or two spending on the world map to just run in circles to potentially spawn one of these. So I said a minute ago, the golden captains, you generally don't want to fight until you're like rank 8, rank 9 in bravery. I'm rank 2. I'm still going to fight them, and the reason why is because I have Yuki Murasada on my team. And what he does is makes it so that when you hit enemies, it applies a fire status effect to the enemy. And the fire status effect just does like a percentage based damage to them every second. And it's the same whether you're rank 8, rank 1, doesn't matter. As long as the fire application is up, then they will take damage. And a decent amount as well. It's not a small amount of damage. And that's the main way you want to take out golden captains if you are a low rank. The better option is to just not fight them in general, but they're the main reason I'm even in this stage, so I think I'm gonna fight them now, because it's funny. I can do it. I've done it before. It's already at nearly half health. Yeah, I'm doing surprisingly decent damage to him, despite him being fucking 8 bravery ranks above me. And it is risky, because I can potentially also die, but like, I'm probably not going to. If I do, I always have my musou rush mode to go into, so it's not too much of a concern. Yeah, even in Musou Rush mode, it still does not do very much damage to them. It's very tiny, but it does reset the hero skills, so it's good enough to get the fire back up. And see, uh, rank 10 Golden Captain taken down at technically rank 4, but I was rank 2 for most of that fight, so it's absolutely doable. It's just a little bit annoying. Not the most fun way to do it, but it's definitely possible. Because of the, like, for example, the Yukimura fire, because of like the little nuances to combat, like, you know, being able to take out higher rank enemies more easily with status effects, there is a bit more nuance in this game's combat than some other mediocre Musos, specifically other mediocre Musos, compared to like the really great ones. It's not that crazy, but like I said, this game at its core isn't terrible. It's just that all of the pieces, it does the individual pieces of gameplay decently well, but it's just none of it comes together well at all. Hooray for percentage-based damage cheese. Oh, absolutely. Percentage-based damage cheese is probably the best form of video game cheese, and even real-life cheese. Who doesn't love percentages? I love math. Hashtag we love math. See how many, it's been the stream, we're about at the 2 hour mark. How many have I gotten? Okay, last we checked about an hour ago, there were 7. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we have 11 now, but we've also gotten a decent amount, a bit higher than rank 1, so slowed down a little bit compared to last hour, but still not bad on the time. We are about pretty close to the halfway mark of Oka's regard maxing out, and it's been about 2 hours. I did a tiny bit of it last stream, but I kind of swapped between characters so much, and didn't really play the most efficiently, so didn't make a ton of progress last stream. And oh, there's Nobunaga Oda. He's got his little ducky. He's got his ducky on his head. But so 11 max regard characters in 2 hours is pretty good. Definitely not bad. Not bad pacing at all. Let's go, 3 in a row. I'm getting such good Hanukkah luck this time. Oh, 4 in a row? It's gonna reach 5? No, not quite. 4's still really good though. 4 is still better than average. Because getting 4 Hanukkah resets in a row is very fucking good. Especially when all 4 of them are at literally moment 1 of the stage. I think after this stage, I may take a... Oh, hi, Max. uh, Probably not the best timing to join the stream, because I think after this stage, I'm not going to end the stream, but I think I will take a BRB for about 10 to 15 minutes to refill my water and stuff, because I have run out of water almost, so... And I need to hydrate. Gotta hydrate. And that goes for all of the viewers as well. Everyone watching. If you don't hydrate, you're dead to me. Simple as. So make sure to hydrate. Yeah, as I mentioned before, the timers in these stages, in certain stages, the timers do actually matter. In most of them, though, the timer is kind of like basically fake, because even if you let the timer run out, it changes nothing. I think it makes the final enemy increase their bravery level by like 1, but the difference between a rank 8 and a rank 9 bravery level enemy is very minimal. So the timer basically doesn't exist. It technically does, but it just doesn't matter at all in most stages. Yet another thing in this game that is basically just there to create the illusion of something being there without actually having any real impact on gameplay. A very common problem, but let's see. Okay, so two level 1s, one level 4. Next fight should probably fill up Yukimura's regard, but the other two are gonna take quite a while. Not ending the stream, so stick around. But I am going to BRB for about 10 minutes or so, just to refill water, because I have not done that since the stream started, and I'm now running out. As you've probably noticed, I've been talking a bit less the last 20 minutes or so. That is mostly because I am out of water, so gotta go refill that really quickly. Thank you. Have a nice 10 minutes for the break as well. So quick BRB. Yeah, bye bye. Well, not bye, but see you in 10 minutes. Hello, I am back. Hope everyone had a good break. Remembered to hydrate. I definitely did. And now it's time to get back to the grinding. So Gunvolt is spotted. The Gunvolt is spotted again. There's like three tracks on the BRB music are Gunvolt music. There's also like 5 Cyber Sleuth songs, so Gunvolt and Cyber Sleuth will be spotted quite a bit during BRBs in the future. I like those soundtracks quite a lot. But now, time to get back to the terrible grind. Still have quite a bit to go, but making good progress despite that. Let's see, how much do I have left? 21. So from that last battle I got, I think that was 4. I think I had 17 before. So I believe I got 4 materials from that one. Time to try again. Let's see, actually, not as rare, so, okay. 200, I still have 89 for the Ilaiya ones. Those ones are less rare. I'm honestly surprised I still haven't gotten that one because the Ilaiya materials are like really common. I feel like I've gotten that quest done in other cycles like very early, and yet this one's taking quite a while. It just goes to show how RNG dependent the material drops are. Not too consistent, but not too bad at least. It's not like I'm missing on anything from not doing the New Game Plus cycle resets. Yeah, Ryu's another character that isn't too bad when he uses skill. He's only invincible for like 10 seconds. However, he has a very wide range for his skill usage. So when he's an enemy unit, you generally want to step back as far as possible. That way you do not get in range. Otherwise, he will juggle you for a good 10 seconds or so. He may be broken when you play him as a unit, but he's not much worse when not playing as him. As an enemy unit, he is about as good. I'm very glad I got this space right now. I just happened to be over here when it activated. So those bases on the minimap with the sword icon, in any of these timed missions, again, the timer doesn't really matter. You can let it run out and you can still finish the stage just fine. But if you are trying to go for a better stage ranking and want to get the timer, want to do everything before the timer, prioritize going to those sword icon bases as soon as they activate, because they only stay activated for about 30 seconds at a time, and they will usually only activate once, maybe twice, during the entire like 3-minute period that the timer is up. So if you don't get them as soon as they appear, you won't be getting them until the next attempt. You'll either have to restart the stage if you really desperately want that good ranking, or just not give a fuck. And I generally tend to lean toward the latter one. Ba, ba, ba. I'm about to win the stage, but I want to get off one more. Okay, didn't activate it, but I was hoping for one more hero skill reset before the end of the stage. Didn't get it, but I'll live. Hopefully one character got the max, but if not, then so be it. Well, close enough. At least I got two rank ups on Naotara and Mitsunari. Yukimura just doesn't want to reach max though. He's very mean. Should probably check though. Did I get any materials? I did not. Oh, hey, it's the guy that doesn't want to be my confidant. Funny seeing you here. At some point, I should probably check if anyone has ever made like a chart that shows what stages, what materials show up on. I highly doubt it. This game is, no one cares about this game, but I doubt anyone would go through the effort of doing that. But if they did, it would be slightly helpful right now. I really can't believe this game has a see all your favorite Koei Tecmo characters almost naked mechanic. Yeah, no, this game goes full in on the fan service. It shouldn't be surprising that there are several of the Dead or Alive women, and also like even some of the characters from other series that they chose are like hot women characters. Or hot men. A lot of the characters are also hot men, but like which makes it even funnier that like I'm glad that they did, because if they just had like regular Oda Nobunaga, that would be a little bit more boring, but it does make it really funny that they went with Oda Nobunaga instead of the regular Nobunaga, because like I think most people, I think a lot of people find Nobunaga hot. So I'm surprised that they did not include regular him in this game. Instead they included the cat version. It's a very interesting choice. Yay, I love hot men and hot women. Same. It's so cool. But it is a very interesting thing, because that's like, it's not just a thing in this game. It's like, it might as well be the main focus. Like, this game has so little going on for it that, like, the fan service of that is, like, it's such a core, like, frequent thing that, like, it might as well be one of the core, like, goals of this game is just, like, I mean, it is a crossover game. It's not too surprising, but the fan service really is the main focus. which makes it simultaneously make sense certain characters that are included in the roster, but make other inclusions absolutely baffling in the best way. Again, I'm very glad that Nobunaga is in this game. He is one of the most fascinating characters that were included, but it is a little bit surprising. Now that I think about it, the hot spring mechanic is almost definitely the main reason they included Rio Rollins, because like, that character is like decently popular in Japan, and I know she has like a ton of figures. Despite being a character from a random pachinko game, she has like a ton of like figures of her that are basically just that. So it's not surprising that they included her when they had the hot spring mechanic. I was like, that's like a gold mine. It's a gold mine that they did not execute the best. I think they could have executed it all a bit better, but it does make it very, very funny that is almost definitely the main reason they included characters like her. If this game had just been better, it could have probably been a fucking gold mine. Crossover games in general do pretty well, and like the specific characters that are involved in this game are like, some of them are pretty fucking popular, even with niches and audiences that aren't normally fans of warrior games. It's got a good mix. Like the character roster is genuinely like pretty genius. It's just that like they should have made a better game around that roster. Fantastic roster, not fantastic game around that roster. Yeah, I just looked up the silly Pachysaw character, and I hate that same! He is literally just like the gambling game character, but like she has a great design. The fact that she was originally just like, so the first Pachysaw game that she appeared in was like a PS2 series of Pachysaw games, and in the first one, she was just like a like random character associated with one of the slot machines included, because it was like a compilation patchy slot game. Like it had multiple in it. She just happened to be one of the random like patchy slot mascots, and then by like the fifth game she was like on the box art. Like she got so fucking popular. There's even an anime made about her. Not about the patchy slot games themselves, but about specifically her. And it kind of sucks, but it's funny bad. It's got a Dr. Eggman does a voice in it. The worst Dr. Eggman voice, but he is in it. She's a very funny character to be included, and just in general. And she also has a pretty fun moveset in this game. She's incredibly fast. And I generally like fast characters. The faster they are, the better. As long as they don't also suck on top of being fast. But you know, most of them don't. Most of them are pretty good. Here next. Okay, cool. I've gotten all of the characters up to this point. Zhao Yun is the starting point of the list. So, wait, like the evil doctor? I mean, yeah, him. The awful one, the one, the bad one. the evil Eggman, not the cool one, not not Dean Bristow. Dean Bristow is awesome, but the bad one. Unfortunately, it's him, but it was still, like, when I decided to watch it, like, a month ago, after I started this game to see, like, some stuff about that character, it's basically the English dub. I watched the English dub for it because I was like, it's from that era of anime where, like, there are, like, 10 dub voice actors, and I find that funny. But, yeah, there's like a manager guy. He's like one of the main characters. He's like a manager of the casino she's in. He's voiced by Mike Pollock. It's the evil Eggman, unfortunately, but it is still very funny. I don't even know if he's credited, like, in the credits, by the way. I think he may go uncredited, but it's, like, really obviously his voice. Like, he's not even trying to do a different voice from, like, Eggman. Like, it's just him. It's just Mike Pollock doing his shitty Mike Pollock voice. But, also, I don't know why I chose to go through one of these stages, the deathmatch stage. Basically, I have to kill 10 enemies, 10 specified enemies, without getting hit once, because you take, like, all of your hits, no matter what, will insta-kill. And because of that, this one's, like, it's not hard. These aren't very difficult. They take, like, 30 seconds to finish normally. But they do require more attention than most other stages. They're generally not the best to do while streaming. And more importantly, on top of that, they also don't really reward you with much. They don't give a bunch of materials. They give very little opportunity to use hero skills. If I lose this one, I'm gonna just, like... See, I was looking up for it and I died, but my Fog being evil is, like, soul-crushing for me to learn. Yeah, unfortunately. But, as far as I'm aware, Dean Bristow's still cool, so, you know, at least one. One Eggman is still good. Yeah, unfortunately, that voice is not in this game. That's in an anime adaptation of the Patchy Slot Girls, like, original series. But it is very interesting that it was like a jump scare hearing his voice in that. But yeah. That character, Rio Rollins. She's gonna be one of the last characters I go through on here, because she is near the end of the character list. However, once I do eventually get to her, she's one of the most fun characters. She's very interesting. If Mike Pollock were in my stream chat, I think I'd ban him instantly. I think that's my wacky controversial moderator action of this stream will be to permaban Mike Pollock from all of my streams. I struggle to consume any dubbed Japanese media from the last 25 years for fear of a Yuri Lowenthal jump scare. Dude, that's true. I don't very often either. but I do for one genre of things. He's not a bad person. It's just like, yeah, no, he's in everything. Like he's the classic joke is that Yuri Lowenthal is in literally everything. I don't know much about him. I've never heard anything bad about him, so that's good at least. But he is in fucking everything. Um, I don't listen to a lot of dub stuff either. I prefer subtitles. Both because I just like the original voices, and more importantly, I like subtitles in general. That's why I have captions on my own stream. But I did for that one because I thought it was really funny that it even had a dub. And the dub for the I did way more research into that the Rio anime that I probably like realistically ever needed to. I know more about it than I would ever need to be useful, but it got a dub in like 2017 despite originally releasing in 2011. My only guess is that dub may have actually been released to coincide with this game. The subtitles are working great and are shockingly accurate. Oh yeah. I was worried that the subtitles wouldn't be the most accurate, both because they're kind of just not great in general, but more importantly because like I generally I was worried that my speaking voice wouldn't be clear enough to fully pick up on, but I'm glad that it's at least relatively accurate. That is good. Yeah, of the characters that are in this game, I think Rio and Oda Nobunaga are definitely the two that I would personally consider the strangest. Like, a lot of them are like, oh, Mitsunari Ishida. Oh, he's a popular Samurai Warriors character. Oh, Hanuka from Dead or Alive. People like her from Dead or Alive. Uh, Even like some of the weirder picks, like Marie Rose from Dead or Alive is also in this. Very odd DOA character to pick, but also like, to my understanding, she is also very popular. And I think she was introduced in the newest Dead or Alive game at the time of this game's release, so it's not too surprising. But then you just have other characters like, let's look at the list. Like, he's weird. These two are a bit weird. They're from an Otome game. An Otome game that has never been released in the West, but in Japan, I would imagine is maybe not super popular, but like, people know about it. It's at least popular enough to include in this, so I don't feel like that's too weird. And plus, Ruby Party is a circle in Koei Tecmo that exists. Having some representation for them obviously makes sense. Now Taro Lee, Mitsunari, Yukimura, all of those Samurai Warriors characters, Dynasty Warriors characters. Zhou Kang, though, is a weird one, because he did not appear in a Dynasty Warriors game before this one. I think he's in Dynasty Warriors 9, but he was introduced in this game. He is a Dynasty Warriors character that was not in Dynasty Warriors in any titles before this crossover game. These are original characters. Opuna's another really fucking weird one. He's from a Wii RPG that is also called Opuna. However, he was like a pre-order, like, he was originally like a pre-order character, so he was kind of just an extra inclusion for funny. I forget the name of the game that these two are from. It's also a musou though, and it's made by Koei, so it makes sense. The Atelier games are extremely popular, and I think Sophie was the newest Atelier game at the time. Neo is popular, DOA is popular, Ninja Gaiden. These are from a game called, I believe, Deception on the PS Vita. They're also a bit weird, but like, it's at least a game that I feel like people have heard of, and I think they're specifically from Deception 4. And so if there's 4 of them, then it's gotta be at least popular to make sense being in this. You know, DOA, Tokiden. Like, of the two weirdest characters in my opinion are definitely Nobunaga Oda, who's from a failed mobile game that's based on Nobunaga's ambition, but cats, and then Rio from Apache's Slot game. I think the rest of the roster is pretty normal. Those two, though, in my opinion, just very strange. Rio's literally the only DOA character I recognize because I've known her as like the face of the fan servicey side of that franchise. That's true, but the funniest part about that is that she wasn't even in the series until like I think she was introduced in 5, which was released in I believe 2012. But DOA has existed since like 1996, I want to say. Even the Dead or Alive Extreme games, like the beach volleyball ones, even those were around for like 10 years before she was added to the series. So it's very strange that she has become like the face of that side of that franchise. It's cool. I do like her. I like her design. She has a very nice outfit, but like it is a very interesting outcome for that character to go. Like of all the characters to become like the ultra popular like fan service character, it's the one that was introduced in like one of the most recent games. I understand that he's not. Yeah, exactly. Like the DOA characters, like they make sense, but they have a lot of them. Like I think DOA may be this. If you include Ryu Hayabusa, who's technically Ninja Gaiden, but he's in DOA, if you include him, I think DOA has the most representation in this game. But like again, unless you count Ryu Hayabusa, who again is Ninja Gaiden, there are no men. And I know why. I know why, because obviously, like, DOA is a very fan servicey series, and, you know, men can't have fan service. It's just not possible. It's physically not possible. There is not a single male DOA character except Ryu. And he's not even actually a DOA character. he's a he's a DOA character by technicality. Yeah, no Janui. No no anyone else. Not even the drunk guy. The drunk guy should have been in this game. You know how fun it would be to have like a drunken like whatever it's called, the like drunken master, I think it's called, the fighting style. How fun it would be to have that in a musou play style context. That would be so fun. He'd be one of the weirdest characters. I think probably the closest character in any musou to feeling like that type of playstyle would be like I guess Zant from Hyrule Warriors. Kind of feels like he fucking plays like he's drunk half the time, but like even then that's like a big stretch. So I feel like he could have been such an interesting playstyle to include, but no. They only went with the really popular ones, which, you know, not surprising, but it would have been a bit more interesting. John Lee and Nico are the objectively best DOA characters for the record, that is all. Jen Lee can't entirely disagree. It's not my favorite to play in DOA 2, which is the only one I played a significant amount of. Nico, I know a bit about. I know she's the blue-haired character with the glasses. The blue hair with pronouns character, and that makes her pretty awesome. And I know she's apparently like really overpowered in like tournament scenes. Like apparently she is in DOA 6. She is like completely busted in competitive. That's really all I know about her, but I do like her design, so I'll agree. I'll agree that she's the best. And for Janui, I have absolutely no objections. No, no, no. He is pretty awesome. Did I get any from that? I got one. I got one material. I was at 21 before, now I'm at 22. Oh, yeah. That was a relatively quick production-based spawn. Usually take a bit longer, so that's good. I love spending the first 30 seconds of every fight standing in the home base, spamming the face buttons. It's my favorite pastime. It's my favorite action to do in a musou. I love it more than fighting thousands of enemies, I love it more than juggling, I love it even more than the strategy side. The spamming face buttons, the best part of any game. And that's what truly makes this the best musou. Right, you heard it here first. This is the best musou. It's going at the top of the list. I don't make the rules, I just lie about what they are. I'm glad that I'm getting good luck on the reset rolls for Honoka. Oh my god, fucking I started the match with 3 resets and now I've gotten 4. I'm 5. I think this may actually be the most I've ever gotten in a single rotation. So I'm glad 6. Okay, wait, was it 6? Okay, I think it was 6, but for some reason Naotara didn't get it. But 6 is pretty fucking crazy. Best rotation I've ever gotten. However, it's really fucking boring. It's good, it's very efficient, it is not the most engaging. I prefer to have my resets spread out a bit more, to be honest. And since Naotara has her skill up, I can just leave. Just walk away. I am getting so many resets on this, I don't know why. I'm getting crazy reset luck on this stage. Again, I got a 4 reset. Fuck. It is very cool. I'm glad, but it is very rare to get this many back to back. It's gotta be like an astronomically low percentage chance of that happening. So something about this game that's not the most interesting, another missed opportunity. The stages in this game kind of suck. Their layouts are very simple, not much verticality to any of them. They are not the most visually interesting, and I think this stage may be the single biggest example. This is the stage that is associated with Rio, aka the dealer, the casino dealer. And there is a casino on this map. It is 4 rooms. The casino makes up 4 rooms at the top left of the map. The entire rest of the map is not that. It is a typical forest. It is a very normal forest, and the casino just takes up a single corner of it. It is probably the biggest missed opportunity out of any stage in this game. And that's saying quite a bit, because this is not the only stage that is not nearly as interesting as it could be. Go back to the save rotation. I like rotating my saves every like 10 battles or so, just in case. I've never had any like save file corruption issues with this game. Probably won't ever. Highly unlikely, but considering how unstable this game usually is in general, it's not something I want to take the most risk on. Let's see, did I get any from that one? Nope. Nope, neither. I'm gonna try getting a treasure storehouse one instead of a production base. I feel like those have a higher chance for the rarer materials. Rush battle. You know what, rush battle may be alright for materials. It'll at the very least be very good for the regard grinding, so I don't think it'll be a bad idea. And this is probably my favorite map to do the rush battles on. It's small enough, it all takes place within just a small little square, that it's pretty easy to rack up kills. And it's got some long corridors, so on ranged characters, they can still rack up just as many kills as anyone else. Which is not the case for some other stages. There are a couple of other stages that rush battles can happen on that kind of have like a lot of corners or like small corridors. And for those, ranged characters aren't quite as good as typical circular AoE characters. which Oka is not one of those ranged characters, not at all, but you know, if it's fun for one type of character and it's good, it's still plenty good for the rest of them, I'd still consider it the best one. is a stage type that is good for pretty much all characters, which is not the case for every stage on rush battles. Some aren't the best for everyone. I don't think these stages really give out a ton of materials, so not great for the material grind, but they are alright for the regard grind, because they last long enough, and especially with Hanoka, you can potentially get off a lot of hero skill rotations. You're constantly killing enemies, which constantly is resetting your main skill, and resetting your main skill with the I forget the name of it. There's a perk that I have equipped to my cards that slightly resets it lowers the cooldown on your hero skills when you use your main skill. So getting to use that more frequently also increases the rate you can do hero skills. It is a nice little setup, and this is one of the easier stages to do it without having to think too much. So for anyone in chat who does not play a ton of musos, I can promise you, most musos are not like this. Most muso games are not just mashing face buttons every 30 seconds, or every 10 seconds, or every 2 seconds. There's a lot more to them. A lot of older musos, and even some newer ones, but usually very specific ones, are more of strategy games than just hack and slash. And even a lot of the hack and slash ones will have a lot more depth to combat. There will be more objectives, more side stuff to do. This game is kind of a rare outlier, being one of the most barren in the genre. Most are not like this, but unfortunately this is the one that we're stuck with for the moment. Hopefully once Utawara Romano-san releases later this month, hopefully that one will be a lot better. I've heard mixed things about that game. I've heard much better things about the sequel, which is also getting an English translation next year. But I've heard mixed things about that game, but there is no way that it will be quite as bad to 100% as this one. There's no chance. I expect that game to be a lot shorter, and most likely the time that I do spend on it will be much more engaging. Hopefully. Maybe it won't be, who knows? But I at the very least hope that it will be. I almost 3 confidant ranks at once. It was so close. I hate you now, Tara. Why can you not just get the... Why couldn't you just get that tiny little bit extra? Let's see. It's been about an hour since I last checked, at the 3-hour mark. Now, let's see in just a moment how many we have now, how close we are to the finish line. So I believe last hour we had 11. So this time we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So not much faster than the last hour, but you know, in fact slightly slower. But now we are at the point where we only have 1, 2, technically 3, but now Tora is very close to being confidant, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we have about half of them left, which is good. Making better time than I expected. The streaming, having to talk occasionally while streaming is of course slowing it down slightly, but not as much as I expected. So I maybe can actually max out OKA within a reasonable amount of time. Because the average, what I would say is the average for maxing out a character's regard is around 5 to 6 hours when going at max efficiency. So between this and the last stream, although the last stream I barely even played OKA, so I'd say about an hour from last stream is probably how much I played OKA. This stream has been 3 hours so far, and we've gotten halfway there. I think it will total to about 7 hours, maybe closer to 8. To fully max out OKA, and that is slower than like 6, but not as much as I had expected. It's surprisingly gone well. after this match, I may swap to a different character, a character that I like more, just to kind of change things up for a bit, because while we are making decent progress on OKA, it does get very tedious playing as one character non-stop, and it's probably not the most interesting to watch either, so I will probably swap to a different character after this fight, but even so, we have made pretty good progress with OKA so far. I'm very satisfied with the progress we've made this stream. One very strange thing about these missions is that it says to secure the approach before the main enemy force arrives. However, you still have to do that no matter what. Like, even if you capture the enemy base, which is where the enemies come from once the timer runs out, even if you capture the enemy home base, you still have to do the same objectives you normally would. Very strange. You would think that, oh, well, I just went ahead and captured the enemy base anyways. Why would I have to worry about any of this? But no. In most musos, well, not most, but a lot of musos, especially Koei ones, usually capturing the enemy base is like the main priority. In this game, it kind of just doesn't matter. The designation of certain bases even being the main enemy base in most stages doesn't even have any relevance. It is entirely just there for the sake of consistency with other musos. There are some stages where the goal is to just capture the enemy main base, but not most. Very few stages that are like that. The recharge rate on most characters vary pretty greatly, so realistically, I should probably, for max efficiency, I should probably pair up certain characters with other characters that have similar cooldown timers. The Honoka cheese kind of makes that less of a concern, but it's still a little bit annoying. Marie Rose has one of the slowest recharges, and so because of that, she's almost always out of sync with the recharge cooldowns of every other character. Oh. I think I heard the follow notification. However, um, I didn't see it as it showed up. I was a bit focused on the game. Whoever followed, thank you very much. I did not see your name. I don't know if it showed up on the overlay. It should have, but either way, thank you very much for following. I will see what the name was in just a moment. Oh, finally now Tara is maxed. So that's one more to the pile. And I did say that I would swap characters for after that match, so I am gonna do that. Because as much as I have gotten to the point where I'm used to Oka enough that I do enjoy her playstyle. She is definitely still not my favorite by any means. So I think I'm gonna switch to someone else for a little bit. You know what? I mentioned to William his playstyle earlier in the stream, how he has the whole the key pulse. I'm gonna show that off for a minute, because it is, at face value, he is one of the most standard characters in the game, but when you're actually playing him and like getting those key pulse timings perfectly every single attack rotation, he is one of the most engaging characters to play. He's a very, very fun character, despite just being a normal sword guy. Unfortunately, before I can show off how fun he is, I of course have to do my minute rotations. It's a bit hard to get the timing off right away, especially with so much happening on screen. I think I'll walk away from these enemies to set it up first. I'm doing really badly with the timing. Oh! Oh, Misty Snug too? Thank you very much for following Misty Snug. I apologize for not seeing it right away. Getting juggled a bit. But thank you very much for following. It's been a while since I've played William. There was a rotation that I normally did that was like the one that I did that I could pull off the most consistently. Thank you very much, Misty Snug. Okay. Gotta do this, cause how's the stream going? It's going pretty good. I 100% every musou game, and right now I have been, for the last month or so, even before starting stream, because this is only my second stream, I have been 100%ing Warriors All-Stars, and I am just grinding. This is just the grinding stream, but it's going pretty good. It's been very enjoyable, very fun stream, despite how tedious the game itself is. Thank you very much for asking. It is a very fun stream experience so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. And there we go. So when he has his key pulse up, his attack speed greatly increases, and he does more damage. He is basically just a lot better to use. When you're using him normally, not the most interesting, just a fairly slow sword wielder, but when you have the key pulse activated, he is one of the fastest characters. Even comparing to similar characters like Ryu Hayabusa and trying to think of who else, and Ryo. Ryu Hayabusa and Ryo are also very fast characters, and he is even faster than those with the key pulse activated. Unfortunately, though, he does have one of the less amazing special attacks. It's not bad. As you can see, it has a kind of... Oh, do I stream daily? At the moment, I don't have a schedule. I'm kind of just doing this casually for the moment, although I will probably do it semi-daily for a while. Yesterday was the first stream. Today, so far, technically, yeah, it's daily. Will I stream tomorrow? Probably, but no 100% guarantees. For the moment, not really keeping too much of a strict schedule. That will probably change eventually, but for the moment, that's not the case. Yeah, his special attack isn't amazing. Kind of like in Zelda, in old Zelda games, where when you have max hearts, you kind of shoot a beam out of your sword. It's like that. It's not bad. It pretty much turns him into a ranged character. However, because it's basically just a modifier onto his normal attacks, and that's not bad. But the only problem with that is most special attacks are just one large hit that also interrupts and juggles the opponent. And his don't do that, since it's just a modifier to his normal attacks. It doesn't juggle enemies quite as well as some others do. Which games do I play the most? Just anything in the musou genre. Like I said, I 100% all of them, so usually I spend quite a while on one game. Right now, that is Warriors All-Stars, but any game in the musou genre, such as like Dynasty Warriors, Samurai Warriors, those types of games, those are what I play the most usually. They are my favorite genre. I love them dearly. I love mowing down thousands of enemies on the screen as much as possible. One, two, three, four, five. See, if you can get the rotation down well enough, and I just messed up. But if you can get the rotation down well enough, he is one of the fastest characters. He's a very skill-based character, which is cool. Very rare in this particular game. Most characters are kind of just out of the gate completely broken. But he's one of the few that actually requires a lot of attention to play properly. But he's very fun. If you can use him with max efficiency, I would say he's one of the most fun and also most efficient characters. Say the only problem with him though is because he does require so much attention to properly use. He's not the most amazing to use both on stream and also while doing this type of very mindless grinding. I have to focus a lot more on the actual gameplay when playing as him, whereas with other characters, with the regard grinding, I kind of just have to press buttons. It's I just have to hold R1 and press the face buttons once they show up. The only attention needed normally. Not the case with William here. The way I draw cool stuff. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Drawing's fucking awesome. 3, 4, 5, and there we go. I think I will switch to what I like to see. Yeah, sure. But I think I will switch to a different character. Just because of the fact that he is very fun. He's a very interesting character. However, there is also the issue of, like I said, requires a bit too much attention for me to focus on right now. Let's see, what's another interesting character? Not totally. I'll switch to her. She has one of my favorite playstyles Natora does. She's very fun. A very mobile character as well. And in this game, I would say what sets apart, because of a lot of the characters, because most characters are pretty powerful, there are very few that are like underpowered. So because of that, I think what really sets apart the best characters from the still good but less good characters are the ones that have high mobility, characters that can attack while moving. Because when they can do that, you know, they can clear out areas much quicker. If you're one-shotting everything, you might as well be one-shotting them while also making movements. And now Toroi can do this. Her single best attack, her C6, is a series of downward kicks that that combos off of the enemies in a forward motion. It's a very neat playstyle. She also has one of the best skills in the game, because in a similar way to William, it's not just one singular hit, it's a set of combos. Unlike William though, his are just a modifier to his normal attacks. With Natora, they are a unique attack. They are a unique attack, however, sorry, I did set up the combo. But they're a unique attack, but they're slightly controllable. Most of the skills are just one single hit, and those are still good. But the ones that are best are the attacks that are like you can slightly control them yourself, and they're especially good because you can juggle. Juggling is the single best way to deal with single targets, and a skill attack that not only does high damage but also juggles the opponent is probably the single best way to deal with any single target. And even in crowds, it's pretty great too, for one major reason, and that is that it still has a decently wide range, and most importantly, you can circle it. You can change the direction of her skill attack as it's happening. And it's a very quick rotation. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your messages. Misty, sorry, I do have a Discord. I generally prefer not to put it in stream. Mostly just to, it's more of a personal Discord for the most part. But I do technically have one. I prefer not to put it in stream chats though. I apologize. I'm sure your artwork is fantastic though. Oh, an extra thing with her kit is, like I mentioned, mobility is great. Her C0 or her C1 is just this kick forward. It is faster than normal walking. Significantly faster than normal walking. And in stages where you need to rescue allies and they're spread out, she is one of the best characters for that specific scenario. No problem. Thank you. Thank you for being understanding. Outside of her C6, the rest of her attacks are alright. C5 is this, or C4 is this, which is another mobility-based attack. However, her C5, because of the high damage output, combined with it just having such high mobility, I would consider her C6 to be the best part of her kit by far. Her C1 though, like I said, it's a very, very mobile attack. Not great for combat situations, but it is good for moving across the map. Her C2 though, a bit of a long animation, not the greatest, but not terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Her C4 is pretty much a weaker version of her skill. 1, 2. Her C2 is also alright. Pretty much just a slam onto the ground. But her C6 and C1 being as great as they are really do pull together her whole kit. Even if the rest isn't amazing, those two attacks being as great as they are kind of turn her into one of the best characters for most situations. She's a very good character. Also, I have not been keeping up with the hero skill uses this stage, so I do not expect to. Unfortunately, I do not expect to get a very big increase on the regard levels, but that's fine. One stage being poor output, not the worst thing in the world. Not that big of a deal. Those are boob physics. Yeah, this is definitely made by Koei Tecmo. The game is definitely a Koei Tecmo game. Creators of the Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball franchise. Yeah, they definitely did give most of the characters a lot of boob physics. It is a significant boob physics video game for sure. And I almost forgot once again to go into the skill shop to add more skills onto my hero card. That would have been a very major mistake. Acrobat, the most general use one. Double Edge, another great general use one, just increases your attack with the counter of lowering your defense, but considering defense is such a minor thing in this game, it's a pretty minor downside. Materials Hunter, basically a necessity, since I'm currently going after rare materials. And then the one that I would consider the single best skill for regard grinding is the Dragon's Oracle skill, because this is the one that the reason why I was constantly using my main skill and then in between rotations of my hero skills was because using my regular skill, or I guess it's called a special attack in this game, using my special attack lowers the cooldown of the hero skills. Does DLAX even have volleyball anymore? Is it just titties, swimsuits, and roulette now? I think it does have volleyball. I know the most recent one, the one that released like 6 months ago and is like to my knowledge, it's like a single player version of the like freemium online game. That one's apparently like a really in-depth dating sim. So I apparently that one I would assume has beach volleyball, but even if it doesn't, it has other gameplay. That being the dating sim parts. Um, I haven't played that one though. I've just heard about it. Someone why did I do that? I meant to exit the sanctuary, not the game as a whole. But someone I follow on Blue Sky, and I think I also forgot to go to the Ilaiya Hot Springs. Someone I follow on Blue Sky said some stuff about it when it first released. It's apparently a really in-depth dating sim. Outside of that one though, I'm pretty sure they still have beach volleyball. I would assume so. I mean, the first game is literally has beach volleyball in the title. It'd be a bit strange to drop it, but I would assume so. But who knows? Maybe it is literally just titties, swimsuits, and roulette. Speaking of roulettes, the character Rio, mentioning her earlier, the PSP game, the the Dead or Alive PSP game. I think it's called Dead or Alive Paradise. Rio, this character is actually an unlockable character in that game. So she is technically also a Dead or Alive character if you really want to stretch it. An online DOAX could never succeed because the people who would play it are all busy in Final Fantasy 14. That is entirely true. However, surprisingly, to my knowledge, the DOAX like online like I don't think it's a browser game, but I think it is like a PC free game. I'm pretty sure it's like pretty successful. It's been going on for like 6 years, I think. It's been around for a while, and they did make the like Switch, and I think it's on Steam as well, but only in Japan. It did get the like single player version, so I would assume it's pretty successful. I think the Final Fantasy 14 housing market definitely is taking away quite a bit of the competition. I can't believe the main competition for Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball is Final Fantasy 14. They're all in Whimso Amenza. I'm not getting great luck with the stage spawns. You know what, production base, I'll live with it. I would prefer the treasure storehouse, but I think I can live with just the production base. Yeah, she's unfortunately one downside to her special attack. Even though Naotora's is pretty good for actually using it, there is one major downside. It's got one of the longest special attack animations because it does have that little segment that you can control manually, and that results in her not being the best for the hero skill regard grinding. It does mess with the rotation a tiny bit, not to the point of it not being optimal still, but it is a minor inconvenience for sure. You can tell I've played this game a lot once I've like memorized the exact positioning to get into whenever any enemy character uses their skill. Like for Sophie, I just go to their right or left. Her her sides do not hit you when she uses her special attack. 4, 5. Going 5. The curse has happened. The INA curse of getting getting all of my hero skills disabled right as they charge. Possibly the worst outcome that can possibly happen in a video game. I will go back to OKA for a little bit. Not for too much longer. I think I'll probably stop streaming a little bit past the 4-hour mark. So keep going for a tiny bit longer, but so far it's been a pretty good stream. Such a weird choice to make a crossover game and then set said game in none of the friend. So it's like it's really half-baked because technically it's like justified that all of the stages are like, oh, their original worlds are kind of crossing over into this world, but like it's barely noticeable. Oh, let's go. First crash. First crash of the stream. Very, very fun. But as I was saying, it is a very interesting choice, very odd. The narrative is like, oh, their worlds are kind of crossing over into this original universe. But it's like barely noticeable. It is not really emphasized that much. Luckily, I save frequently enough that no progress was actually lost. I just have to come back in here. But like that's why some of the stages will have like, again, what the fuck, 2 times in a row. Okay, I guess I can't enter the bathhouse right now. I guess maybe the specific character that's in the hot springs right now, maybe that's causing a problem. I guess. I think that's the only time I've ever gotten 2 crashes in a row. I think I'll try one last time. And then I'll exit, but it is very funny. Very silly situation. Let's see, does it crash? I think it will, but... It is. I don't know why it's... Yeah, I don't know why it's specifically him that's causing a crash. Very, very interesting. I guess going into a bath with Toketsugu there while playing as Oka, which is really funny because those two characters are from the same original game. Like, I guess going to the bath as those two are in it cause a crash, I suppose. Very interesting. Very, very weird situation, but I guess I can't go in there right now. Um, well, I guess we've narrowed down slightly what causes the crashes. They usually feel completely random, but I guess there's a little bit of consistency to them. Very interesting. Okay, I guess now that we're done with the crashing arc. Back to the in-universe discussion. Um, so the stages, each of the stage layouts have like a mixture of the like this original universe along with elements like structures from the original games slash whatever the crossover characters are from, but they take up so little of the map that like take up such a small portion of the map that it's barely noticeable. Most of these stages just look like normal forest, normal desert, normal volcano. The universe is destined to implode when any two Tokiden characters interact. I hope not, because fucking I know they have special interactions. I hope that's a one time, like just something about that time I went to the bathhouse all of those times. Maybe that one time had a special thing wrong with it. If not, I'll have to figure out some kind of way around that. Very funny though. The universe just implodes anytime two characters from that universe contacts each other. 3, 4, 5. Wait, I don't even need to be doing the 5 rotation. I need the 3 rotation with her. But 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's yet another the whole world thing, the stage layout design thing. Yet another situation of this game like feeling very half-baked, and like they had an idea going, but they just didn't execute it on it the best. Because the idea of like, oh, every stage is a an environment of this universe, but with like structures invading the landscape from the crossover universes. That does sound very cool in concept, but the way it's executed upon just makes it seem very, like every stage kind of just seems very standard. Nothing too interesting going on with any of them. I'm sure after playing as those other two characters for a bit, I do kind of have to get back in the swing of Oka's main rotation, the C3 and C4 rotation. I love when characters use their special attack the instant you encounter them. It's especially fun with characters like OKA and Natora. They have the worst special attacks, and they just instantly use them before you can even approach them. Uh, it's a fun scenario when that does happen. Okay, let's save one more time. I'm also gonna rotate the save. Let's see if the bathhouse causes the game to explode this time. I hope not. But it would be kind of funny if it did anyways. Oh, is it gonna crash? So far it's fine. Let's go, the blessed horse. The blessed winning horse. I didn't know they had a new Musou crossover in this game too. That's crazy. It is amazing that I somehow don't have like hand cramps or anything when I'm literally just fucking like doing the most repetitive motions possible constantly. And Musous in general have decently repetitive motions, but I think this game is probably the worst of it. Yet surprisingly, I don't really have many issues with hand pain. Very surprisingly. this point, pretty much just have to wait. The timer, the 45 seconds left on the timer. Technically, I still have to capture one more spot, and the timer would just instantly clear. If you look at the mini-map, there's a pulsating area at the bottom, but I mentioned earlier in the stream, those like sword icon bases, those those are only available to capture for very short specific periods of time, and it's not available right now. So it is literally more effective to just stand here at the enemy base after I've cleared it and wait for the timer to run out than it would be to go down there and like actually do the objective. Oh, let's go. Oka's the boss, and she used her special attack the second she appeared. There's two Okas. There's me and her. She has her own clone. Finally. Okay, your shield is gone. Oh, yeah. Now let's see how much the regard went up. Probably not too much. But if at least one character went up by one rank, I'll be satisfied. Oh, and surprisingly, went up quite a bit. There is a bit of inconsistency with the rate at which regard increases. So sometimes it can be a bit hard to tell. Sometimes it'll increase a lot even if you don't use that many hero skills. However, it does definitely overall increase your chances of getting a high increase in regard if you use a lot of hero skills compared to not using any. Oh, okay, so this is the situation that caused it to crash before. Last time Takatsugu was in here. Now he's in here, it's not crashing, so luckily it's not quite consistent enough to really be a problem, but the crashing is very, very interesting that it happened that one time, yet not this time. Let's see. Now at the 4-hour mark, I think I'm gonna call it here with the game. However, do still want to do one last roundup to see how much progress we've made. So, the beginning of the stream, I think Oka had like 1 or 2 confidant ranked characters, but not many. And now, in the about 4 hours we've been playing, although a decent amount of that time we did switch to other characters, but just for Oka, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we have 15, which is slightly more than half, just barely. So in this stream, we did about half of Oka's regards maxes. I feel like next stream we probably will finish Oka, which is good because while I do like her somewhat, I never love spending forever on a single character. And then the next character, I believe, will be I had a specific planned order I was gonna do the characters in that was based on the order that they're listed in the like character select. Not this character select, but the like when you start the game character select. And I think the next one is Kasumi. So I believe the next character we'll be doing is Kasumi. She's also not a character I'm in love with, but she is at least a very different playstyle to Oka. So it will be at least a decent change of pace. Let's check the gallery, see how many events we got. Okay, we increased the friendship events by quite a bit. Hot spring events, let's move down to Oka. got a decent amount. So we are making quite good progress. I don't know whether I will end up finishing the game by the time Itoharu Monozan releases, because that's only 3 weeks away. But it would be cool if I do. I doubt I will, but even if I don't, I should be close enough to the end that I can swap to that game for a week or two, complete it, and then jump back into this one. And luckily, by that point, hopefully, we will have made enough progress that on the second return, I should only need to stream this for maybe a week, possibly two. Yeah, I think this is where I will end it. It's been a very good stream. Although one thing I do want to talk about before ending it, the follower goal, the DK Bongo follower goal. I already have that all set up. I can technically just do that whenever. But I also want to like set aside a specific day to do that on. It will most likely be sometime early next week. If I had to make an estimate at the moment, the DK Dynasty Warriors 2 Bongo stream will probably be either Monday or Tuesday, around then. Like I said, I already have everything set up. I can technically do it at any point. I just did not expect to reach 9 followers within 2 streams. So I didn't expect to reach the follower goal this quickly. But next follower goal, I'll probably make a bit higher just to account for that possibility. But DK Bongo stream, again, most likely will be Monday or Tuesday. We'll mainly be playing Dynasty Warriors 2. My plan is to... I don't know if I'll be able to, but my goal is to finish at least one character's story mode, or musou mode run, with the bongos. Like a full run. I'm probably going to be playing on easy difficulty, just because realistically, I'm going to have 4 bind. I don't think I can do it on hard. I'll probably do it on easy. That should still be plenty of a challenge though. But depending on how quickly that takes, I may also do some other games with the DK Bongos. May even try Dynasty Warriors 3, but at the very least, Dynasty Warriors 2 will be the main one. So, like I said, most likely on Monday, maybe Tuesday. Probably early next week though. But yeah. As for this stream, not future streams, it's been a good stream. Very, very enjoyable stream. I hope everyone enjoyed it. It was very fun. We made quite a lot of progress. Very, very satisfied with the progress we've made today. I should raid someone. Unfortunately, nobody I follow is currently streaming. So I stream at a bit of a weird time. Most people I know that stream late at night, while I stream early at morning in my time zone. Let's see, is anyone streaming Warriors All-Stars though, I wonder? I doubt it, but it is possible. So let's see. Okay, no. I think for now, even though I did say I wanted to raid someone this stream, I will try to next stream, but for this one, I guess I'll just end it off here. No raid today, unfortunately. Unfortunately, but it's a very good stream despite that. Have a nice day, everyone. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.